Okay. Right. Oh, with that nice and clean. Alright. Oh. To Mordona. Wow, it only took Nicole about 15-20 minutes to get in. Holy smokes. It's definitely improving now. That's a big improvement compared to even like an hour ago. Because it took me like a good hour. Oh, you are now in the instance area 2 of Mordona. Oh, and then instance 3. Yay. Bye, guys. Are they all like how I left them? Yeah, saying the same things as when we left. Just now. Well, I guess here we go. Oh, what's this? Hmm. Alright. So, yeah, this is where here we are starting. FYI. So if anyone doesn't want to see spoilers, now's the time to go away. I love you, but go away. Don't get spoiled if you don't want spoilers. Shoo, shoo. Everyone good? Okay. Alright, Alpha no voice. Well, not that I have much voice for these people, but anyway. Cornet, do you have some time to talk? Yes. I would like to gather everyone in Dawn's respite and together assess the situation in which we find ourselves. Oh, Alphino, you don't want to be leadery, but... Oh, different music, gosh. That's very fluty. Let us take stock of the facts, shall we? The crisis at hand began with the sudden appearance of ominous towers in a multitude of locations throughout the world. Oh, okay, so this is a recap if you haven't just, like, did this, like, a couple weeks ago. Or a month ago. We have since learned that the structures were brought into being by an organization known as the Telefori. Telefori. The Telefori's stated purpose is to recreate the final days of eons past. An apocalyptic event that would result in the destruction of all we hold dear. Already have these towers of theirs been the cause of untold suffering. Yeah, this is a recap for us, apparently. Countless innocents kidnapped and imprisoned, their faith perverted for primal summonings. And unless we find a way to deal with the corruptive aura surrounding the spires, we can't even get close enough to rescue anyone. Those shielded with the blessing of light seem to be able to resist being tempered, at least. But after what happened with Arnvald and Fordola, we need to be very, very careful about how we proceed. Yet, while these threats close to home are of paramount concern, we mustn't lose sight of the situation in Garlemald. As you know, the Telefori are under the leadership of Van Daniel and one other delightful fellow, Xenos Galvus, the Crown Prince and our dear friend. My dear friend! To date, he's reclaimed his old body, murdered Emperor Varus, and plunged Garlemald into an even deeper pit of chaos. Penny, what are you doing, sweetheart? Want me to move all my stuff? Ugh. I'm trying to start my thing, cat. Okay, let me move. Let me move my food. The phones that I still have in here. Gosh darn it. No, I'm just already trying to get... Okay, hang on. That's where I put that. Okay. There you go. There you go, Penny. It's yours now. For sake. Okay. And plunged Garlemald into an even deeper pit of chaos. The capital has probably seen the worst of it. For a good while there, it saw the bloodiest fighting in the War of Succession, but that has since changed, and in troubling ways. Aye. During our reconnaissance, the air was not once rent by the barking of cannons or the cries of discord. 'Twas an eerie fog of silence which did blanket that ruined city. The inhabitants appeared to have been tempered, and with nary a word spoken did they labor to transform the palace into a soaring edifice born of nightmares. If they were indeed made thralls, it would seem safe to assume that these events, too, were orchestrated by the Telefori. An army of primos is awful enough, but, in light of recent developments, I fear it is only the prelude to an even greater catastrophe. We need to devise a means to counter this threat, and quickly, before our allies are overwhelmed. We will find a way in Charlian, I am sure of it. Master... oh gosh, that name. Beauchenant's comments regarding the final days were curious to say the least. The Forum knows more than it's letting on. Sorry to interrupt. We've just received word from Mistress Kryl. She says that arrangements for your visit have been finalized. You're to head to Limsa and board the next ship bound for Charlian. And on arrival, present yourselves as associates of the students of Baldessian, come to assist with the Order's restoration. The arrangements may be settled, but what of your thoughts? They must race at the prospect of returning home after so long. I am eager to see it, of course. Of course, We should set off at once. Then I'll accompany you to the docks. We need at least one person there to wave and cry and wish you a safe journey. What's it, Haru? That's weird after all this time. The different when they have the change to the thing. Oh, that's always so weird. That was definitely a strange one though this time. That'll take some getting used to. Right, well. Bye, Rising Stones. Wait, is anyone else still kicking around or is everyone gone except for... Oh, just you. Hold the fort for me. Journey, and please do be careful. That everyone else is like not here. Everyone's busy. Yeah, I've never paid attention. Oh, I guess it's Ulda. Looks like something. Wait, why am I leaving and not just teleporting? I keep doing that. Why don't I teleport? I don't have to, like, walk back out. Goodness. Right. Oh, Limsa. Home. I just have to home point. Because I leave my home there right now. Alright. So where is that then? And the fairy dogs. And the arcanists. Oh, there's still quite a fair crowd, okay. Well, at least I can get to them all. Okay, that's good. Parties. You all crowd over there. You gotta talk to everyone, man. What a grim reason to bring you to Charlian. Not much to be done about it, I suppose, but I would have liked to give you the grand tour under happier circumstances. Yeah. Though a part of me looks forward to returning home, I've not forgotten that my father stripped us of the privileges of our family name. I hope it doesn't cause trouble with the officials upon our arrival. I might have lived in Master Matoya's cave for a good part of my life, but even for me, the thought of returning to Charlian is quite exciting. I can hardly imagine how it is for the others who lived most of their lives there. Contrary to what you might think, this will be like going home for me as well. I may have learned how to survive in Limsa Lominsa, but it was Charlian where I was taught. Quite relentlessly, I might add. The skills to properly live. I shudder to think what manner of truth awaiteth us beyond the indigo deep. Still, more do I dread the prospect of discussions long overdue. Sea travels can be tedious, but I don't mind it. It is a rare experience for most Ishgardians. Oh, Graha's being very talkative. I never thought the day would come when I would be sailing home again. It always seemed so very far away. Oh. I guess it's Tataru in there. Yeah, it's Tataru in there. Okay. Cool. Oh, you can kind of just see your hat. Everyone's here, which is good because I've already paid for your passage and the fee is non-refundable. The ship to Charlian should be pulling into port soon, so please follow me and have all your luggage close at hand. Aye, aye. That's this music. Man, I miss the old Limsa music still.
They've almost finished loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule. Or so I'm told.
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
It's funny. Master Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one. And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
Aye. 'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's whims are brought into sharp relief. Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louis Soir of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
Oh, really?
Face.
Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
Will this be your first visit to Charlian, Sir Estinian? Sir Estinian?
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
I, merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
I'd rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company. Or I'll be forced to respond in kind, little Lord Alphino.
You've made your point, Estinian. Painfully well.
Better.
Oh, Tataru.
Are you all right, Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland.
Oh.
It's just... we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hellbent on destroying the world. And, once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends.
Oh, Tataru. Ugh. Oh. Oh, I'm not saying the second one. The second one's just mean, so...
I'll hold you to that.
Fair. A white mage. It's a good promise to me.
Good. You're still here.
Oh, wow. Horrible has a voice.
Hori! Kultine! What brings you all this way?
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a lunar primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower.
Mm.
Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey, and promise that they'll look after things here until you return. We will too, of course. Aye, we, your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn, will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
We set the sail! All aboard for Charlian!
It's time.
Then we must delay no longer. We will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
Have a safe journey, and please, please, be careful.
And so you venture forth unto the unknown. A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux. In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice. That which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end. Treasure every moment, every step of your descent. And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
Every love is a loss. Damn it. It's a negative face. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh. Oh man.
Here.
Oh. Oh shit. That is some... I have the benchmark still. I know this really well. Oh god.
The day has barely dawned, my fellow earlier riser. Though we're hardly alone in that. Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt. Called out to you, you say? I've heard nothing myself. In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Charlian should be coming into view at any moment.
Oh gosh, this is like such... Ugh. Oh shit.
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad. Hear, feel, think. And thus do we meet face to face at last. My warrior of light, guided by the crystal.
Oh shit. It's...
After your sojourn in the First, I believe you have your answer. You have gained an understanding of what I truly am, what Eidolon has always been, a primal.
Oh, okay. You just admit it? Okay.
Zodiac was created to forestall the apocalypse which threatened the ancient world, and I was brought forth to bind him. Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered. The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield. Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid. Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms. Monumental. Which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable. Then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks. Sharlian's just over yonder.
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land. We shall meet again, and soon.
Wow, they threw that at us fast.
Oh, what a fine morning. Oh, still a bit stiff though.
And a good morning to you too. Taking a look at the island already?
Then let's go. Let's go. Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
I was kind of talking to Heidelin. It was kind of important. Okay.
Ah, the sleepers have arisen. There she is. Good old Sharlian.
Oh, I see it.
Home. Home at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes, but we'll manage on our own, if we must.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you?
Indeed. 'Tis as Sir Estinian said. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side, I prithee.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Sharlian proper.
Maybe I should move over there.
There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
I can't really see right there, guys. Oh right, the title screen. Oh, there we go.
Sharlian, the solitary island nation of the northern seas. Where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets. Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands. How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Alamegan soil. So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
I thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's next then? Entry applications?
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
Hasn't Charlie and Orbit severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
'Tis true that, as a nation, Charlian only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders. Especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge. If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
May.
Quite. So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed.
You just have to say to
The
customs.
immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Charlian's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions. Crown has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration. Grahatir, it might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
Of course. The immigration offices were this way, as I recall. Shall we?
Yeah, it is kind of handy. We just happen to have another student of Baldessian right here.
Greetings. We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
I am. Grahatir of the Students of Baldessian at your service. I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
Very good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today. And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
Ishtola rule.
See how it glows? That list is etherically linked with the citizen registry kept in the main repository.
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home. Now, who do we have here?
Alphino Leveilleur.
And Alizé Leveilleur.
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that, the streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny. And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
We shall keep that in mind.
These last two are not Sharlayan natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Name and occupation?
Oh god. Well, we're not going with the third one. That's a little too much. Just... Second one is not wrong with all of my 80s, but...
An adventurer. Well, I suppose that is considered a valid calling in your native Eorzea. And it does indeed match the profile provided. You may enter. And you, sir?
Estinian Valino, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
Formally, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
Oh god.
If you'll allow me.
Oh, hi, Kryle.
My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
Smooth.
Mistress Baldessian, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it. But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
I have every confidence in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
Croyle, it is good to see you.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you will seem none the worse for wear. There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we? Oh! Welcome, friends, to Sharlayan.
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
I had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh dear. Okay. Give things a moment to load. Oh dear. Gosh, I'm ready. There we go. Okay. I am unaccustomed to fabricating lies on demand. Why should it matter how I earn my living? Crowds there, okay. You are doubtless eager to take in the sights. Not to worry, Cornet, the city is not like to vanish before we finish our discussion. Allow me to extend unto thee my warmest welcome, Cornet. May the wisdom of my homeland aid us in our endeavors. Even allowing that the city I spent the first... Even allowing that the years I spent in the first passed here in the blink of an eye, the city feels untouched by time. I'm fine, honestly. Better to be waved through with a stern warning than denied entry, after all. There. That was about as awkward as expected. Still, we're here now, and that's all that matters. Here we are at last, at the great city of Charlian. You may have noticed some similarities with the Crystarium, yes? In fact, Oh, but we really should let Kryos have her say first. We continue this conversation at another time. In other words, you were definitely thinking of home with... Alright, hello, Cryo. I am glad I spotted your ship coming to port. The officers are born bureaucrats and sticklers for detail. In any case, may you relax and take a moment to get your land legs back. Let me make sure it's still the same thing, right? Yeah, okay. Just check. I'm sure. I had thought to launch directly into an explanation of what I've learned and how we might proceed. But this is Cornet and Estinian's first time in Charlian, and for the rest of you, a homecoming that was long overdue. You must have places you wish to visit, and people you're dying to see. Therefore, I propose we postpone our agenda, so that you all may have sufficient time to recover from your journey and get your bearings in the city. Once you've settled in, we can reconvene at Baldessi and Enix. How does that sound? 'Tis a fine suggestion. We may not be welcome at the Levier estate as such, but I should like to nose around the neighborhood all the same. I am equally untethered, as it were. There is no particular place that my kin call home. Still, I would not pass up the opportunity to reacquaint myself with the city. Likewise, a quick tour of our old haunts might even yield some useful gossip. The annex was west of the Aetherite Plaza, wasn't it? I shall join you there anon. Yes, we'll see you there. I, too, have places I would be remiss in not visiting forthwith. By thy leave. What of you, Estinian? My services aside are yours for the asking. Yeah, I was gonna say, he's gonna be nope. That won't be necessary. Until we reconvene, I prefer to wander as the wind takes me. But I could... Oh. Oh. Well, Raha, would you like to join us then? You've been gone for quite a while, and this would be the perfect way to refresh those dusty old memories of yours. Oh, of course, if you will have me. Oh, Cornet, Charlene awaits. Oh dear. His enthusiasm is infectious, isn't it? I guess she means. After you, my friend. I am more than content to follow your lead. Yay! Keep him at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. You can leave Grahatia behind by entering a different area using the Ethernet or putting too much distance between you. You can also speak with him and select the option to part ways. Wish to have him accompany you again, return and speak with him at the original location. Well, he's accompanying you. Next try speaking with Kryle. Yay! Oh my goodness. He's down early. All set? Then let us be on our way. Our first stop, amusingly enough, will be the last stand. It's a cafe on the west side of the harbor. Kryle is also now accompanying you. Lead your two companions to the last stand and speak with Kryle at the designated location. While you're accompanied, you may encounter conversation points along the way which offer additional topics of discussion. Enter the glowing area and speak with your quest companions to initiate these bonus conversations. Enjoy exploring your surroundings together. Oh, this makes me happy. It's like being in like in Chrono Cross or like what other games have I played? I think in Tales they kind of follow you, don't they? See, the best do. I can't remember. Anyway. Let's put it from over here. Of course I have the little hymn there too. He's so horrified if he knew. Oh wait, hang on. Wait a minute. Priorities. Oh, and you can just talk. I'm grateful to have Kryle's help in reacquainting myself with this place. It's almost as if I'm seeing it all with new eyes, as you are. Aww. Come on, let's head to the cafe. It may not seem so at a glance, but the last stand is actually an important part of the city. Now that is a sight one could hardly forget, the great statue of Thaliak. As a student of Baldessian, I was usually quartered on the Isle of Val, but would gaze upon the scholar's wise features every time I returned by ship to the city. Crap. This path leading out towards the sea is known as the Thaliak Stoa, so named for the statue of the scholar which stands at its end. As you know, the Charlian people prize the accumulation of wisdom above all else. Thus, when Thaliak was chosen as our patron deity, it was more a matter of pragmatism than belief, an alignment of principles, as it were. We may have honored him with a rather impressive sculpture, yes, but our faith is not so restrictive as that of, say, the Ishgardians. Individual Charlians can, and do, worship the divinities of their choosing. Yes, the last stand. Now that is an inviting aroma. And here we are, the last stand. I may have mentioned this before, but although our research into nutrition and food preparation is quite extensive, the average Charlian tends to regard seasoning and flavor with a certain indifference. How can I put this? The food is, it's bland. As encapsulated by our infamous Archon loaf, the prevailing sentiment towards cuisine is dietary value first and taste a distant second. There was one pupil at the studium, however, who could stomach the school's insipid meals no longer, so he quit his lessons and poured all his savings into building a proper eatery. And so the last stand came to be. It is, as the name implies, the sole dedicated outpost of fine dining in Charlian, the one and only bastion of the culinary arts in an isle of otherwise mediocre fare. I seem to recall their burger being hailed as one of the more impressive items on the menu. Not that I ever had the pleasure of eating one myself. Because you were a typical Charlian when it came to cheap and convenient, Raha. But surely Tataru has since taught you how to appreciate a well-prepared dish. We should all stop when time permits and sample the cafe's delights. Shall we press on? The stairs to the side of the cafe there will take us up to the Aetheryte Plaza. Ooh, I keep getting new things. The students of Baldessian would send us to investigate phenomena in locations across the world, so our funds were always stretched thin, and any spare coin I had went to books that caught my eye. Food was the least of my concerns, though now, having lived through rather harrowing times, I've learned what a fortunate thing it is to be able to eat your fill. Aww. On to the Aetheryte Plaza we go. We just need to head up the stairs next to the last stand. At night. The aetheryte looks different from how I remember it. Really? An unusual shape, isn't it? I assure you, however, that it's perfectly functioning. It's a perfectly functioning aetheryte. Remember to attune yourself before we move on. Now, being the diligent tour guide that I am, I should make mention of the Confluence, a research facility located on this very plaza. Its much vaunted discoveries are the reason Charlene stands at the forefront of teleportation technology. In deciphering the underlying principles of Allegan aetherites, it allowed us to understand and reconstruct what was essentially a lost art. And off we go to our next destination. Our path leads northeast to the Agora, Charlene's largest marketplace. Right? No, I probably it's on the map, right? Okay. Am I going the right way? No, I'm not. Nope, I'm not. Well, maybe partially. No. Nope, I'm not. Oh, the markets. I always did look forward to seeing what new wares they had on offer. You've attuned yourself to the aetheryte? Then let's continue on to the Agora. I did. Totes did. Oh, your favorite thing. Oh. Do you mind if I browse the shelves for a moment? There might be some hidden gems I've yet to read. Only a moment? How optimistic. Feel free to browse all you like, but we won't wait around for you. Perhaps I'll return here later then. These little open-air bookstalls are so uniquely Charlean. I'd always thought them a common sight until I visited other nations. Such a cutie patootie. Oh, okay. Oh. Talk? Okay, well, that's the same thing. Oh, okay, that was a talkie spot, not the... I wonder if I missed any others. Shh. I don't think so. Oh, there's one over there too, though. Oh man, okay. Anything worth cracking in my coin purse? Cracking my coin purse for today, I wonder. That sounds like a... Welcome to the Agora, where you can find wares made in Charlean, as well as a wide selection of imported goods. They also used to sell questionable prototypes from the various research institutes, but I think the practice has thankfully died out, for the most part. Otherwise, I can think of no better place to stock up for your next big adventure. Am I overselling it? On a more serious note, the next stop on our tour is one which has particular relevance to our ultimate purpose here. We must head back to the Aetheryte Plaza and follow the path north, then climb up the stairs to that imposing building at the very top. Gosh, this place is very big, isn't it? It really is. I swear I saw another talkie spot that I felt like I missed. Shoot. I hope it didn't disappear. Because I could see it glowing. Now I can't. Ah, curses. I was following the quests. Oh, hi Penny, what are you doing? Gosh, I could have sworn I saw another circle. The building we're looking for sits at the top of the stairs to the north of the Aetheryte. Just keep walking up and you'll reach it eventually. The district we're passing through is called Archon's Design, a name which honors the 7 individuals whose contributions were instrumental in the founding of Charlian. It is the city's political and financial center, and it also hosts a collection of research institutions. It's a fascinating experience to walk around the city and contrast my image of the past with the reality of the present. Okay, Penny! Ah! Cat! Okay, that was it. Well, there's a glowy circle. Is that the quest one? Oh, it might be. Oh, okay, I have found a different one now. This is the Nifeum, an area dedicated to the blessings of water. For Charlene's, water represents more than a life-sustaining liquid. It is the reminder of the great flood which precipitated the birth of our nation, as well as the symbol of knowledge which flows from Thaliak's divine ewer. This is the reason you see an abundance of fountains throughout the city, and a propensity for utilizing water as a decorative feature in our architecture. These little decorative features are typical of Charlian architecture. Aside from the research wing, our headquarters on the Isle of Val were rather simple and rustic by comparison. What an invigorating breeze. A touch biting, perhaps, but pleasant nonetheless. This grand structure before you is the Rostara. The name refers to the original public platform erected here, upon which a forum of elected representatives would deliver orations and debate policy. Although the stage has since evolved into a council chambers, the nature of the forum and the duties of its members remain largely unchanged. Am I boring you, Raha? You seem awfully distracted. My apologies. From here one can see the entire city spread out below. The vista put me in mind of my arrival in the first. Those who gathered at the Crystal Tower asked me how they might go about building a new home. Naturally, my answers were all inspired by my knowledge of the finest settlement I could think of, the great city of Sharlayan. And bit by bit, those few buildings grew into a town, community, the Crystarium. I can almost see its echo. I see. Feel free to come up here whenever you wish. I don't think the councillors would object to you simply enjoying the view. Such memories should be treasured. For now, however, the tour must go on. Our spectacle of sightseeing concludes with the fitting named Journey's End. Walk down the stairs to the east and continue straight ahead. Oh. I guess all the domes are kind of reminiscent of the Crystarium for sure, isn't it? Do you not feel the cold? Granted, it is not terribly chilly for these northern climes, but compared to the temperate weather of Limsa and Laminsa... I'm wearing an Ishgordian dress, I'm okay. The district of Journey's End occupies the eastern block of the city, so all we need to do is take the stairs down from the rostra and keep heading east, of course. Quest one. Is there any others then? Make sure. I'm like an astrologian. NPC. Okay, I don't see any more glowy spots. Hang on. Where we end? This Ethernet. Oh, well then. Ha! I don't wanna move too much time. Oh, I need to be happy. Wait, did I talk to him? No, I did. Okay. This neighborhood is home to the highest echelons of Sharlayan society. I never did feel comfortable enough to wander these streets on a whim. We've arrived at Journey's End. History tells us that this was where those who put ashore with Archon Yun Kreft were built their first homes. In the present day, it serves as a residential district for the most important officials and the oldest Charlian families. You'll see that one mansion is clearly larger than its neighbors. That estate belongs to our friends from House Lavalleur. All things considered, we probably should keep our distance for the time being. And with that, we bring our little Charlian tour to a close. I hope it has proven to be entertaining and enlightening experience. Now, shall we head directly to the Baldussian Annex? You remember the way, don't you, Raha? Let me think. We head down towards the harbor, cross the bridge to our right, then follow the path below the Aetherite Plaza. Correct! After you, Cornet. Oh, try it's not allowed right here, guys. I do. Tired, things are funny. Oh, right, now we talked again. Keep talking. The good old annex. I used to bunk there whenever I had business in the city proper. Like the time I came to submit my thesis for my Archon qualification. Have I tired you out with all this walking? Not to worry, I had rooms prepared for you at the annex. Just follow the path to the west side of the Aetherite and we'll be there in no time. Oh dear. There's the quality. Come back down. There we go. Okay. We're fine. Oh, wall. Priorities. I have to go back and get a few others, but there we go. This is it, the Baldussian Annex. Oh, okay. Hi, Craft. As the joyous look on Raha's face has undoubtedly informed you, this is the Baldussian Annex. Up the hill, you'll arrive at the doorstep of the phenomenon. But I think we've explored enough for one day. We can take you there another time. Inside with you, then. I'm back. and I've brought Cornet and Raha with me. Ah, you were right about the ship then. Hello, Graha. It's nice to see you again. And it's a pleasure to finally meet you, Cornet. I've heard many a tale of your exploits. Ojika. Ojika Tsunjika. It has been an age. Allow me to introduce Ojinka Tsunjika. Gosh, that's quite the administration officer of the students of Valdesian. He oversees the day-to-day business of the Annex. You may recall meeting his cousin, Ijika. Oh yes, Eureka. I've read the initial reports. Quite a shock to hear what's become of the Isle. Do take care if you have the opportunity to rejoin the expedition. This place is like a second home for the students. The Isle of Val served as our main headquarters, of course, but we often had occasion to visit Charlian. Whether to make use of the city's research facilities, attend conferences, or procure supplies from distant shores. And the annex here was built to provide lodgings for our members while we engaged in such activities. Ever since our former headquarters, along with the isle itself, vanished, the annex has served as our base of operations. And yet it feels so empty, with so many lost to us. Our organization is a shell of its former self. The day will come when we will see the students rise again. But first we must ensure that the Telefiori fall. Through that door on the left there is the main hall, where we can discuss our options moving forward. Once everyone arrives, that is. You probably have the time to rest before our discussions begin in earnest. I've had private quarters prepared for you in the Andron, so please feel free to make yourself at home. Ah, the nap rooms. Perfect for an afternoon doze. Oh, I didn't mean to give the wrong impression. The chambers are quite well appointed. Far more so than some cheap roadside inn, you may be assured. It was simply that we were often so busy with our research or exhausted from journeys abroad that we would slip into the Andron just to steal a few winks. And thus, they became known amongst the students as nap rooms, even if many such naps might last well into the following morning. Oh, that's such a college thing. Like, there was a quiet study room in Algonquin, and everyone called it the sleeping room. Because there were tons of couches, and everyone would just, like, gather the couches and chairs together and sleep on them. You rarely went in there and actually found people studying. There's a time we pushed a bunch of them up, and a bunch of us, just, like, crashed in the middle of the day. Because I think we'd been up all night, like, trying to animate. Because I was in animation at my college. We did 2D animation. And we'd pull all-nighters back when they used to let us stay overnight there. And I think they stopped that. Probably because of us. Well, not us, but later years, probably. But we were pretty bad for staying overnight. I always tried to, like, I didn't usually stay overnight. I usually was like, okay, it's late, I want to go to bed. I want to real bad. But there were some of them. They would push the chairs and try to sleep between the desks so the security didn't see. So that is nap room. That is so college. So college. Mwah. I love it. Oh. Say the word and I'll be happy to show you to your chamber. Hopefully the others won't be too long in coming. I'll wait for you all in the main hall. Well, Charlie, new to you. I didn't even read that quest. Oh my goodness, hello, lots of people. You have papers pasted on the walls of your room. 'Twas not unusual for occupants to pin notes or documents and such, and then forget to take them when they went on their merry way. Sometimes it was quite deliberate, though. You might see complaints addressed to other members, or a thank you card for the engrossing literature someone left behind. Beloved traditions that I should know better than to dwell upon. If we are to create a future for the students of Baldesion and so many others, we must look to the days ahead. Ah, hello, Penny.
Hi, what? What is it, hmm? Hi.
I'll explain. The Endron's rooms were furnished for folks needing a break from all-night research or recently returned from expeditions. The students are used to seeing those walls plastered with articles and diagrams and personal messages, but I imagine it's quite a surprise for newer guests. Why not take them all down, you ask? Well, it's often the same people who stay in these chambers after all. And besides, when I see old notes written by friends who've since passed, it's comforting in a way, as if they were still here with us. Oh, and just to be clear, these are properly appointed bedrooms. Any mention of naps is not meant to dissuade you from getting a full night's sleep. Let's see it. Might as well have a look. Hey! Alright. Where's that go? Oh, it's just the ladder. Oh, I see. There's stuff stored at the top. Okay, but what's with all the crystals? Looks like Ifrit. What does it say? Oh gosh, Penny. Nope, wrong way. The... Of something. That looks a lot like Ifrit, if you ask me. Cute. I don't think I have anything. All right, they gave me a I-515. What do I have? Oh, I guess it would be better than this, wouldn't it? Oh, we'll worry about it later. We're clearly not about to fight yet. Oh. Oh, it's a bit like... Oh... Siren? It's more like Siren, Where is he? Oh, nice big map. Boy, they had fun here, didn't they? Oh my goodness. What have we got here? That looks like some elegant nonsense. That looks like good King Mooglebug. Another map. I'm not sure. Oh, well that looks more elegant. Oh, is that a piece that fell from Cartno, or is that like that looks Oh. Oh, is that? The top one looks familiar. Isn't it? Where's like the water is like all frozen in the ocean? Question mark? If I remember. Or it's something else. Huh. It's been a while since I've been over there, so. Airship or something, and Aetherites or something? No idea. It's the top of my head. Right. Oh, I'm stuck. I was stepping on things. Right, okay. Feeling refreshed and alert? Our colleagues should be wandering in soon, so I suggest we stay here and wait for them to join us.
Pray forgive me. I was delayed.
It's fine, Oriange. We're all here now.
Let's get down to business then, shall we?
Sounds a little like Shtola's a little off. Like she's still settling back into recording again.
Come what may, we must prevent the Telophoroid's plans from coming to fruition. At present, I see two paths for gathering the information which may aid us in achieving that goal. The first involves an investigation into the change which has come over Sharlayan, not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum. As most of you know, the 99 members of the Forum are elected from the general populace. This alone guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy. The bibliotheques, for example, are a group of conservatives which would have Sharlayan focus on recording history, while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it. And at the other extreme, we have advocates for proactive diplomacy and direct intervention. My grandfather Galef was one such member, as was Archon Louisois. Yet despite our diverse factions and philosophies, the recent vote to deny Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous. Even more concerning was the fact that many cited other, more pressing duties as justification for their recalcitrance.
Fortuno's refusal in Gridania had those same undertones. 'Twas as if, having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, he had simply turned away to pursue something more important. But what could that possibly be?
A mystery indeed, and one which I ask for your help to solve. Our future may depend on it. As for our second potential path, it concerns a request made directly to the students of Baldessian. Our organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth. Compared to our more isolationist Sharlayan colleagues, we have strong connections overseas, namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown. The request in question comes from one such acquaintance, Nidana, an alchemist residing in distant Thavnair. Her missive describes the sudden appearance of a tower, and the subsequent summoning of what I can only assume is a lunar primal. In response to this threat, the satrap of Radzat Han, the individual who governs the city-state, has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition, one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts. It is possible, nay, probable, that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
They do, in fact, appear to have a strategy in mind, though it will require further research. To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
Assuming we divide our forces to pursue both of Kral's lines of inquiry, then having you join the group heading to Thavnair would seem the obvious choice. But the investigation in Sharlayan is of vital importance as well. Equal, I think, to the Thavnarian one, given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of both.
Yes, it is quite the quandary. Though it is a great imposition and an altogether too common one, our efforts would be more likely to succeed were you to lead the charge on both fronts.
It'll be the first time I'm multitasking.
You are indeed our champion. As to which task to tackle first, we will defer to your decision. Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned. As for myself, I shall continue what I've begun in Charlian. I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or two.
And thereby gain access to a greater range of reading material. I will help with that.
Allow me to offer my assistance. I have some small amount of experience in the field of research.
A small amount.
Alize and I would also like to help, if you would have us.
Anything to understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking.
Yeah, it's all rather extra relevant to them.
Of course, the more the merrier.
Right. The rest of us will make the journey to Thavner. Thoughts? Objections?
I passed through Thavner on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where things lie.
I'll be happy to have you along then. So for this group, it will be you, me, and Urianger.
Give me a moment afterwards, and I'll supply you with all the details of Nadana's request. Consider this hall our rendezvous point once our respective tasks are complete. May our investigations prove fruitful.
Ah, so we have split quests. Though I have read much on the subject of Radz at hand, this shall be my first. This visit shall be my first. 'Twill be interesting to see how the Hanish mean to contend with a tower, different as their magical and technological disciplines are. So it's back to Thavner. Had I known earlier, I would have considered more suitable attire. Yeah, right, you would have... Oh, no, okay. No, I guess it's fair. We have Cedarman. I still don't understand how the vote could be unanimous. What could possibly convince them to all turn their backs on Eorzea? If the Forum is intent on concealing its intentions, then a cursory investigation will avail us little, I suspect. We will need to dig deeper, and with the greatest of care. The process by which the Forum members are elected is fair and equitable. Neither wealth nor social standings offer any advantages to a prospective candidate. But fairly elected or not, Master Matoya still found them all to be insufferable. Our tour of the city was a pleasant distraction. I feel more than ready now to tackle the challenges of the day. Alright, well, we're gonna start here, because hitting the box. I'm definitely very interested in the Charlian stuff, so... An unsettling change has come over Charlian, but together we will divine the underlying cause of the Forum's callousness. As I mentioned before, however, questioning the counselors directly is a fruitless endeavor. They seem to have already come to the consensus as to what and how little they are willing to divulge. Which is why I began scouring Charlian's archive of historical records for any hint of connection to the final days. Suffice it to say that progress has been slow. There are only so many dusty pages one can skim in a day. But now that I have this band of willing reinforcements, the search should proceed all the swifter. Let us reconvene outside the new minions, shall we? Exit the annex to the right, and you'll find the archives on the western edge of the woods. Alright, I know you could probably pick that one up too, but I'm just gonna... I like to take one thing at a time here. We'll be back, guys. Back later. Maybe I want to go up here. Ah, studio. Let's look this. Cryo? Where's the others? Okay. My directions are easy enough to follow, I hope. In any case, you stand now before the doors of the new Menon, Charlene's grandest collection of books and tomes. This building is actually only an entrance, and one of many at that. The archives of New Menon extend deep beneath the surface like roots of a tree. The vast halls of the great Gubal Library pale in comparison to the New Minion's endless maze of subterranean chambers. Any citizen of Charlene is free to enter and peruse its shelves. Well, most of its shelves. Only Archons are afforded access to certain restricted vaults. I've dispatched Tolan Raha to investigate those. Meanwhile, Alice and Alphino will help me continue my search through the stacks open to the general public. Your status presents more of a problem. As a non-citizen, you are only permitted to browse the first floor here at the entrance. Even so, there should be a number of books which touch upon Charlene history or foreign policy. Your task will be to find and study the relevant publications. I promise you, a working knowledge of those subjects will make it far easier to spot the sort of clues we're looking for. Let us be about it, shall we? I've told the others to meet us at the stone benches over there once they've found some promising tomes. Happy reading. Ah, yes. Ow. long, long ago, on an island in the northern sea, there lived a Rodigan man with the name of Neon Kref. Neon Kref was a student of astrology, and he divined that a flood of terrifying proportions would soon sweep over the lands of Eorzea. So it was that he built a gigantic ship, assembled a crew, and set sail for that imperiled realm. The flood arrived as foretold, and to their horror, the strangely churning waters drove people towards the ocean. It was there, however, that Kref's crew hauled them aboard his ark, but the danger had not passed. A towering wave approached, threatening to smash the vessel to pieces. With only moments to spare, Kref wove a mighty spell of teleportation and shifted the entire ship to the safety atop Albathia's spine. Refugees from the surrounding regions huddled there alongside them, but it was not long before disputes over a dwindling supply of food led to violence and bloodshed. Saddened by the sight, Kref gathered his crew and his grateful passengers and abandoned the ark to those reddened peaks. They journeyed... Oh, hi there, Mrs. Kraft. Yes, these are, Oh shit, you just subscribed. I'm sorry. Oh gosh, sorry, I've been reading. I'm so sorry. Thank you for the sub. Holy smokes. Yes, this is the new MSQ. Spoilers here. We're in spoiler town. We're deep in spoiler town now. I can't log in because oh no. Oh yeah, because it's like you're like the bottom of the priority list right now. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's been tough. I played a little this morning, like mid this morning, and then I had to get off because suddenly my furnace stopped working. And then by the time that was all sorted and I had eaten something, I tried to get on. That was like 6 or 7, and I just getting 2002 error like over and over. Anytime I even got into the queue, it would like error again. It wasn't until like midnight I finally actually got into the queue, and then it took another hour to even get in. So I've only been playing really like, I've been streaming 4 hours, but I've only been playing maybe 3 hours. So, and I'm like, I've been playing since 1.0. I'm like a legacy status even, and even I can't, like, it took all day to get it back in, so yeah, it's tough right now. But yeah, I know for the free people right now, they're like, we're sorry guys, but the servers are getting hit really hard for sure. But hey, if you try it, like, if you're awake tomorrow, like, when I logged in, it was about, when I first tried around 4:35 a.m. when the servers had first gone live, and it was like 3,000 Q, and I was here like, no, I'm not awake enough yet. I'm gonna go back and sleep for a few hours. So by the time I logged in yesterday morning now, I got on it was about 10 a.m. and the queue was 25 people. And I was here like, what? So, yeah, give it a try now. Like, I had to wait in a big queue earlier, but I think it's been shrinking. This is probably, the next few hours is probably your best chance to get in. Yeah, I was so like freaked out when it was like 25. I was like, what? And then though by like late this afternoon, it was like back to thousands. So yeah. Log in the morning and then don't let yourself get logged. Like, if I hadn't been in a situation where I had to like get off. So yeah, now is the time. Oh yeah, so far, like I'm only a little ways in. So not a lot has happened, but we're getting a lot of you can see I'm getting some lore and stuff, and lots of nice little character moments, which is lovely. Which I love, like character interactions with each other and seeing them tease each other and shit. I love that stuff. So it's been really cute so far. But yeah, I'm not far enough to say if it's really good or not yet. But I mean, they hit us pretty quick. Like they jump into things pretty quickly here, to getting you moving. So I can't speak much more than that at this point. But it's interesting so far for sure. So that's about all I got so far. Maybe after I get another good few hours in, I'll be able to say more, but it's definitely, they say this is their longest expansion yet, so I know I'm only just sort of scraping the start. But I'm excited because we're like, I mean, you can kind of probably guess we're in Charlene. Oh, there we go! Wow! 31! Yeah, this is definitely the best time to get on. Prime time, though? Don't get on at prime time! Yeah, that's the worst time to get on. Well, you're welcome! Yay! Whereabouts are you at, story-wise? Are you in Heavensward at this point, or are you still in the Realm Reborn? So I move my camera a minute to make sure I don't get idled out. Even if it is a short queue, I don't want to risk it. At this point. Oh, awesome. So you're heading into the patches. Ooh, exciting. There's some pretty good patches. Those. Oh. Oh. Oh, nice. Oh, fun. Awesome. Just, be careful right now. There's definitely a lot of spoilers kicking around, so I'm like, even just, I was like, yes, they have. I haven't, like, explored them all yet. We haven't really done any fighting yet. I'm not at that point yet. But, definitely I gather some things have changed. The only thing I've played so far was, I was releving my paladin a bit, and nothing had changed on that so far, so at 75, I was like, well, nothing's changed. Good! I know what buttons I'm pressing! At least as far as I could tell, nothing had changed, unless I missed something, but... I mean, I know in White Mage they deleted Fluid Aura finally, and it was never missed. Good riddance! There was a time when it was vaguely useful, and that was a long-ass time ago. I only sort of cursory glanced. I didn't dig deep through all the patch notes. I was like, you know what, whatever, I'll look later if I need to. I'm just gonna dive in. I'll figure shit out. Mm-hmm. I think there's certain things they've changed, but I couldn't tell you. I'm not a super technical player. I tend to be much more here for, like, the story and the characters and things. And then I just mash buttons. So, I read about some stuff, but I can't even remember right now. It kind of went in one ear and out the other. The only thing I remember is Fluid Ore is gone. I'm like, yes! That's my priorities. Yes, and belts. Belts are gone. Goodbye, belts. Although it's a little weird now, because, like, the armor or your equip thing seems a little unbalanced. I think they need to move the, oh, what you call it? Our job crystal, they should move it to the other side. It looks a little weird. But, yep, belts are gone. Belts haven't been the same since 1.0 for me. Because in 1.0, belts actually, you could change your belt and you would see it visually change. But because of visual limitations and shit, they needed to simplify more. They removed belts and you just had occasionally, your body piece would have a belt there. But they didn't do anything other than stats. So belts have been kind of useless really for a long time because they didn't really couldn't even see them most of the time, right? So yeah, for me belts is like, pfft, whatever, buy belts. I mean, it's a little sad, but more space now for rings and weapons, which, boy, I needed. Like, I will gladly say goodbye to belts for more storage space. Mm-hmm. And landed on the beach of the island, settled on that very spot. The settlement prospered and grew, and in time it became the city of Charlie, and we live in to this day. Yeah, unfortunately, problem is they are fighting for it's sort of limitations of the servers and storage and like the same as with items and things. There's only so much space they have right now. They would love to, like, believe me, they know that we all want more space. That's like the eternal need, right? But yeah, there's a lot of technical limitations they're fighting. So But yeah, you can see, because belts are gone, we now have all this space for weapons, which is good, because like these guys I can't put away in a box or anything, so. And then they made more space for rings. Which is good, because you're trying to store 2 of each. So that was well needed. Yeah, everything else is normal, though. I mean, that's fine. These aren't quite as dire as this was getting. And this was getting. I just have stuff in here that I don't like. There's some things here I'm stored that I don't need there, really, but they're for gathering stuff. For my last gathering job, I have stored a bunch, so. So yeah, this is more full than you need to even have them. So. So yeah. That tickled my throat. I said I could eat more anyway. Well, we're in a library, so we're reading some books. Oh, okay, the patch notes. Okay, gotcha. I'm here reading, so. Are you okay watching? Because I am. Like, we're in sorry. We're in spoiler territory here, so are you okay if I continue, or? You okay? Okay. I want to make sure. This is still, like, really early. Oh, yeah. And this is, like, really early in the expansion, so. There's not gonna be anything major here. Many years ago on the banks of the Thaliac, in the Dravinian hinterlands, a Charlian colony once thrived. This settlement was originally established as a mere outpost to study the ethereal sea in the year 1311 of the 6th Astral Era. Scholars dispatched to Eorzea found the facilities wanting, and their demands encouraged a gradual expansion of structures and services. As rumors spread of a growing community of academics, the area was further inundated with Eorzean students hoping to share in the renowned wisdom of the Charlians. 50 years later, the Forum passed a motion to recognize what had become a flourishing town as an official Charlian colony. Eorzean residents took to calling the colony itself Charlian, which led to no small amount of confusion when discussions turned to the subject of the motherland. In response, some Charlian inhabitants, if pressed for a name, would simply refer to it as the Emporium. Following the Great Exodus, however, goblins and treasure hunters claimed themselves a corner of the abandoned colony and gave it yet another name, Idleshire. The following chapters go on to introduce the most prominent features of Idleshire. This book does not appear to contain any additional information on the forum or cover the history of Charlian Motherland or in the greater detail. Voice of a growing city. In the years which followed the founding of Charlian, civic, policy, and other matters were of import were decided at the Excelsia, a public forum at which every citizen was eligible to speak. As the city's population grew, however, this format became increasingly impractical. The number of participants gave rise to ever longer debates, resulting in significant delays of vital resolutions. Various measures were introduced in an attempt to curtail protracted discussions, but in the year 2201, the Sixth Astral Era, it was ultimately decreed that Charlian would transition to a new form of governance. The nation would now be led by a body of 99 members, citizens chosen from amongst their peers by means of nationwide vote. Thus was the forum we know it today conceived and created. Let's see if I can see their text. Oh, rifling through the materials, are you? Unfortunately, I'm struggling to find the right tone. Introduction to the Heavens. Have you ever gazed at the skies above and contemplated the mysteries contained therein? I speak not of shifting cloud patterns, but of the vastness beyond, of the sun and the twinkling tapestry of the night. Some think the dome above us to be a finite space, yet amongst the leading thinkers of our age, one scholar's depiction of the boundless sea of stars has firmly taken root. Alas, this heavenly sea remains unreachable, unknowable, an unreachable, unknowable destination. There are few indeed who can explain in satisfactory detail why our own star is believed to revolve around the sun. It was the technologists of Alag who came the closest to understanding the laws which govern that starry abyss. It was they who launched Dalamud and sought to expand beyond our earthbound existence. Having read of their ancient ambitions, I wonder, has your interest in this field of study waxed or waned? What if I were to tell you that the eternal constellations were arranged indifferently in distant past, that their positions continue to shift almost imperceptibly but measurably as we journey into the future? Would it shock you to learn that the stars drift further and further apart, and may indeed do so forever? Are you eager to learn more? This book is on the wrong subject. Search for works which contain... Okay. Blah, blah, blah. We're reading it anyway. Forever 20 Summers. My beloved seekers of knowledge, have you ever put learning before your health and neglected to feed and rest your body as you should? I too once engaged in such foolish practices, but one night, engrossed in a philosophical study, I had an epiphany. For all the world's mysteries that drive us to reckless abandon, we have so few years of life in which to achieve our goals. Thus do I share with you this mantra: I am forever 20 summers young. The number itself is unimportant. You could be 19 or 23 or 40, whatever age you are when you discover this manual, let that be the age you aspire to remain. Though mindful, healthy living, you will extend the time available to spend Upon your chosen research, another day, another moon, another summer, to grasp the greater truths of you pursue. In the pages that follow, we'll explore the secrets of maintaining one's physical condition from biological, atheological, and arcane viewpoints. Sure, okay. Stewards of Wisdom. This sounds promising. During the chaos of the Sixth Umbral Calamity, Archon Yun Kef, founder of Sharlayan, bore witness to the madness and savagery of men brought to the brink of despair. Upon raising a settlement on an island in the Northern Empty, he instructed his people thus: renounce the ways of war, pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason. Sharlayans took to heart the words of their savior and henceforth served as stewards of wisdom. Upon a foundation of accumulated learning, they built a homeland unlike any other, a nation born from strength of mind rather than strength of arms. With knowledge of economics came shrewd trading. With knowledge of agriculture came bountiful crops. Engineering wrought wells and sewers, ending squabbles over water. Wealth of expertise could be bartered for wealth in coin, and the more their wisdom spread throughout the world, the more mankind as a whole would thrive. And so it was that no matter the trials and tribulations of the age, the citizens of Sharlayan would live by their founders' teachings. For the sake of a better tomorrow, for the sake of a brighter star, they would enshrue the tools of war and with knowledge deliver the world. There we go. Too bad we can only go on this first floor. Oh, I did see a thing wandering around. What? Oh, it's a Mamet, but in a little outfit. Huh. Alright, where's the gang? Waiting. Sorry, were you waiting long? I wanted to make sure I'd borrowed at least a few promising volumes. Alphino and Kryle should be along shortly. I was delayed in similar fashion. As far as I could see, no titles in the Archon stacks mentioned the final days specifically, so we have no choice but to start with the tangentially relevant tomes, if they are even that. At present, the plan is to skim through as quickly as we dare and share our discoveries as we make them. It would have been nice to invite everyone to the estate, plenty of comfortable places to read, and a ready supply of hot tea. Oh, I was always quite fond of reading outside. But it's not about the little pleasures, is it? You miss your home. It's been difficult. After our arrival, we managed to speak with one of the family servants and ask how things were. It seems our dear father has instructed the staff that even if Alphino and I were to return to Sharlayan, we're not to be allowed across the threshold. A harsh measure indeed. I hope that our efforts to understand his position, and that of the Forum, will perhaps lead to a reconciliation. We'll mend this rift one day, I'm certain of it. What of you, Graha? Have you been to visit your family, or do they not live here in the city? Ah, well. My situation is also somewhat complicated. I was raised in Charlene, yes, but I was born rather further away. Oh. Oh. Penny, I love you, but... In the southern reaches of Isabald, in fact, for generations my people have dwelt in Corvos, the coastal region opposite of the island of Thavnir. Listen to what's playing. The Alligans founded a city in that fertile land and by ship brought in the subjugated tribes of the Mikote to serve as laborers. Oh, I can't explain. This is hard for you. You're not at a point where you can understand. But, sometimes in shows and movies and things, and even in video games, there's something called a leitmotif. It is a piece of music that is meant to... They'll use as like a motif through different pieces of, like through a series or something. So, like, characters will often have like a theme. Like if you hear this theme of music, you often know it's this character either is they're present or they're thinking of them. Like one of the shows I really love, there's the dad is like missing, but they have like a piece of music that is associated with their dad. And so whenever you hear it, it's like, oh, they're thinking of the dad. Like even if they're not talking specifically about him, they're talking about even his ideals, and you hear that bit of motif of music. So this here is kind of a leitmotif, which is why it's just making me go scream. Because reasons. Because reasons I will not explain. Of course, the massive earthquakes of the fourth Umbra calamity brought an end to the Empire's reign, and when the fifth calamity froze the seas solid, many of the tribes still living in Corvos braved the journey back to Eorzea. My ancestors, however, chose to remain, that they might prevent the remnants of Allagan technology from being misused. Isn't Corvos under Garlean rule? For the past 50 years, yes. Some semblance of local culture remains, as is the case for most imperial provinces, but Garlemald renamed the region Locus Ammonius. When I was a boy, a nearby town came under the jurisdiction of an illustrious imperial family, the nobles' house of Darnus. House Darnus demonstrated a singular interest in Allagan civilization, and so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. For some time already, voices had been raised in favor of abandoning our ancient customs. After all, the Allagan Eye no longer passed to our eldest children as reliably as it once had. The fear of discovery eventually tipped the scales, and the decision was made to bury our ties to the knowledge and traditions of Allag. As the last child born with the Allagan Eye, I was given over to the custody of friends and the students of Baldessian, who had me registered as a Charlian citizen. Never even considered. Forgive me, it was an unkind question. Even Thancred was taken in by Archon Louis Sois, was he not? The stories of adopted waifs and rescued orphans are more common among Charlians than you might think. Yet, regardless of our origins, we are provided with an equal opportunity to learn, and with sufficient What is this word? Perspicacity. We outsiders can even earn the vaunted title of Archon. I'll go breakfast. Oh, go enjoy your breakfast and thank you so much. That's exactly why I have such a love for this country, and why I wish to remain a nation of which its citizens can be proud. Hear, hear. Another good reason to get to the bottom of the forum's stubbornness, aside from the trifling matter of our impending doom. Excuse us while we try to make some headway into these books, Cornet. More company should be arriving any moment now. There are others better suited for poring over old history books, so I thought I'd try my luck with more recent events, if I can find anything to better inform the forum's baffling behavior. What else do I know of Corvus? Precious little, I am afraid. I've not returned since Master Galuf first brought me here. I can tell you that Corvosi rebels still seek to slip the yoke of their imperial masters, though the fighting is far less fierce than it once was. Oh, and they have they have carpets! Flying carpets. The legends are quite extraordinary. We've returned with our selections. Although I must say, the pickings were quite slim indeed. Mistress Kryl has already flicked through every history book devoted to disasters, and more than a few which barely made mention of them. As such, we will be looking into the research papers on the Umbral calamities, as well as articles written by prominent forum members. Perhaps their knowledge of the final days comes from an unexpected source. Speaking of which, might I ask you a few questions related to the final days? I am the only one here who didn't witness the events of Amarot firsthand, and I fear I may be overlooking critical details. My thanks. Now, where to begin? First things first, what kind of phenomenon did the ancients encounter as the final days drew nigh? Yes, the unfolding catastrophe wrought havoc on all manner of life. The chaos extended to the ancients themselves, causing their powers of creation to spiral out of control. Fear and despair manifested in terrible, tangible fashion, meteors raining from the sky, fire erupting from the ground, indescribable abominations prowling the streets. That more or less aligns with my understanding. If only the arts of creation had survived until present day, we might have had something substantial to analyze. To the best of our knowledge, however, those techniques were not preserved or passed on. Y'shtola surmised that the closest known magic is that of the summoning rituals promulgated by the Asians. Was there aught else of note which heralded the approach of the final days. I don't think the first was true, because, I mean, it sort of was, but from what I heard, like, they were debating whether to go help other places which were having issues, so... Yes, the Amaratines spoke of it, didn't they? We never did hear this sound ourselves. Of course, thrust as we were into the midst of the madness. But it seems that each and every one of the catastrophes was preceded by an ominous noise. Eventually it resounded all across the star, and not even Amarat was spared. So the ground was crying out, you say? To be considered the harbinger of doom, it must have been quite distinctive, and probably quite loud. I'll have to speak with one of the Numenans and Mammoths and ask after any books which make mention of such a sound. Last but not least, would you describe how the ancients sought to quell this unprecedented calamity? What definitive action did they take? What's the third one doing there? That's not even... Well, they summoned Zodiark. That was their first. And Hydaelyn was summoned to stop Zodiark. Yes, with Elidibus serving as his heart, so many gave themselves in sacrifice to bring him into being. We do not know exactly how Zodiark brought salvation to the star, only that by his godlike will were the laws of nature set right. Then, once the balance was redressed, the ancients offered up a further sacrifice to heal the ravages of the final days. Lives sprouted anew, and it was with these fledgling souls they intended to render unto Zodiark a trade that would have allowed them to resurrect the shades of loved ones absorbed by the primal. Or they might have, had Vinat and her fellows not manifested their opposition in the form of Hydaelyn. Thank you, both of you, for the detailed review. I feel much more confident now in my understanding of events. With all that freshly in mind, it does make me wonder what the Telfiori truly mean when they speak of bringing back the final days. We've seen what they're doing with the towers of theirs. Is forcing people to summon primals a kind of catalyst? Are they attempting to mirror the conditions caused by unstable creation magics? Or are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech, a convenient metaphor for the scale of destruction they plan to unleash? But this is all just pointless conjecture at this stage. Let us return to our attention to the forum, shall we? We should keep an eye out for Y'shtola, but 'tis time we began studying these research papers. Many forum members are also researchers or professors. If they know aught of the final days, then knowledge might surface in their writing. That is my hope, anyway. It really is comforting to have all these dedicated assistants on hand. Right then, enough chatting, more reading. it's the same for them. Okay. I'm the last, am I? Well, my extended search of the Archon stacks produced one or two possibly useful books. But I wouldn't get your hopes up. If you recall, Riange learned of the source's reflections from the Gurun oracles. For its potential to cause panic and confusion, that tome is deemed apocrypha and sealed away in the Great Google Library. It is even less likely that knowledge of the unsundered world, not to mention the horrors of the final days, would be left sitting on any shelf for any curious scholar to find. It stands to reason, then, that my colleagues, be they archons or counselors, should perforce be largely ignorant of the subject. Yet, when you confronted Master Fauchenal with a knowledge of the Talfiori and their machinations, he scoffed at the suggestion that they posed a threat. He seemed adamant that the Forum would know if the final days were truly upon us. Which only supports the conclusion that whatever privileged wisdom is guiding the Forum's behavior, it is being kept secret from the rest of the nation. Not that I mean to excuse myself from reading duty. Whether they contain mentions of the final days or no, these books could yet hold something of value. You weren't thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work for everyone. Labor for what feels like an age, as Y'shtola's research assistant. Drafted. I found naught of interest so far. I think Y'shtola might be right about not getting our hopes up. Your efforts to gain Gratia's attention go unnoticed. He appears to be lost in his reading. Oh, there's Thank you for your help, but I think I can manage the rest without your assistance. If I were you, I'd steal a few quiet moments for myself. Oh dear, you look exhausted. But what about your studies? Were you able to find any books on the subjects I mentioned? Ah, I got pat. Ah! How dare! Then the day was well spent. Should you wish to read them again, Mehmet at the reference desk will point you in the right direction. For the moment, though, I suggest you take a well-deserved rest. We might be occupied with our research for quite some time. Well, I did find one paper focused on the world before the advent of the First Umbo Calamity, but it reads more like a work of fanciful fiction than an actual academic supposition. Ready for a tea break, Cornet? I know I am. I'm getting pet again! Oi! Honestly, my neck and shoulders are going to calcify if I don't stretch my legs and walk around for a bit. You know the last stand down in the harbor, don't you? Come meet me near the outside tables and I'll treat you to their coffee. It's quite good. Oh, I just moved my thing. Oops. Dear. All the pettings. Maybe I'm missing something. I had my thing off. Ooh, what was that? Oh, my Aether Compass. Oh, okay. I'm so embarrassed. I guess someone thinks my Lala's cute. That's usually what happens. Goodness me. I'm... Gosh. I want to go back to my story. Alice is waiting for me, man. She'll get pissed. I'll just walk across the grass. Oh, no, wait. I have to go around. There's a hole. I mean, I guess I could use the Aethernet, but... Did I get that one? Let's check. Yes. Couple I need to pick up. As busy as ever, I see. How very Charlian. that no other gourmet cafe has sprung up to compete for customers. Actually, this crowd gives me an idea. Before we place an order, why don't we ask a few questions and gauge the mood of the city? I'm interested to hear what the average citizen has to say about the Telfiori. We might even learn something new. Worth a try, don't you think? Ah. Yes, come, best friend. Oh, look at the llamas. How cute. Are there any of those circles around? Gotta make sure I don't miss any. No, okay. Yes, I don't believe I've had the pleasure. Pray excuse the interruption, but we're hoping you might share your thoughts on the Telfiori and their unconscionable plans. My goodness, if it isn't the young Miss Lavier. My apologies, but I work in the office of the Forum. If word reached Master Fonchenant that I was helping you... I see. We're sorry to have bothered you. Oof, poor Alice. What is it? Can a man not Can a man not enjoy a moment of private respite? If you're looking to share a table, then I respectfully request that you look elsewhere. Oh dear. You must understand, sir. We were simply wondering if you knew of the Telfiori. These enemies of peace have promised to end all we hold dear and... Wait, you're that House Lavier girl, aren't you? And this woman with you was obviously a foreigner. I'd heard you were disowned for helping outsiders indulge with their barbaric whims, and here you are giving truth to the rumor. I'll thank you to leave me be. I've not to say to the likes of you. Well, I must apologize. 'Twas foolish of me to expect an ounce of civility from one so enlightened. Come, Cornet. Oh, boy. Ouch. Oh, this is not going well. Oh, mission complete. I gotta go back to the barracks. Welcome, madam. What can I offer you today? Wait, is that Mistress Alice I see there? My word, how long has it been? Far too long. Meet Dickon, the owner of the Last Stand. I used to frequent his cafe on occasion, in between lessons at the studium. It seems like an age ago now. I remember hearing that you and Master Alphino had set sail for Eorzea, but then you never came back. Lately there's been gossip about your father disowning the pair of you. Everything all right at home? It's complicated, and I hadn't expected complete strangers to be so familiar with our situation quite so quickly. Everyone has an opinion, it seems. Well, it is House Lavier. No matter how discreet Master Fonchenant may have been, news of your family's doings never stays secret for long. Things being what they are, what brings you back to the city now of all times? We have questions, and only Charlene has the answers. Tell me, Master Dickon, have you heard anything about an apocalypse called the Final Days? What, like the end of the world? Nothing like that, I'm afraid. And that's what you're here to find? Information on this apocalypse? Yes, whatever we can learn. Unfortunately, your patrons don't appear to be unwilling to speak with me. I wish there was more I could do to help. But maybe there is. You're a visitor to Charlian, aren't you? Then few will know your face. We should be able to pass you off as a server, with none the wiser. We just finished preparing a few orders. Strike up some friendly conversation while you're setting down the food, and you might just get the answers you're looking for. Not a bad idea. I hate to ask, but what do you think? That's the spirit. Pay attention now, and I'll explain where each of these dishes need to go. Oh boy. The tea set is for the chatty group sitting by the water's edge. The omelette is for one of our regulars, a Highlander by the name of Grisla. She's sitting outside the table with a friend of hers. Behind them, you should see a Makote gentleman. He ordered an oven-baked lobster. Got all that? If you're not sure, just ask and I'll explain again. Good luck. That's only one spot then. Is there more? No. Okay. Oh, my tea set. Lovely. Thank you. The Telfar who? I'm sorry, I've never heard of them. Or their final days. My friends and I are somewhat uninformed when it comes to current events. Now, if you wanted to hear about the ritual arcane practices of the 6th Astral Era, common or esoteric, then I'd be happy to talk your ear off. Finally. 2468. Let's dig in and no time to waste. What? The Telfiori? Ah yes, I remember seeing the name in the latest Gazette. That and some grand claim about the end of days. Same old senseless warmongering. I know these fools grow tired of spilling each other's blood. Best stay out of it, I say. The farm made the right choice, and I fully support the decision to remain neutral. At last, the oven-baked lobster is mine. You have no idea how long I've scrimped and saved and suffered to afford this heavenly dish. The final days. This is the first I've heard of it. Although, that would explain why my friend has been rushed off his feet. It must be a busy time to be a gleaner. You don't know what a gleaner is? They're collectors of sorts. Travel the world procuring things that we haven't got here in Charlian. Priceless books, unusual live specimens, and so forth. So named for those folk who trail after the reapers in the fields, picking up every grain which was missed. By all accounts, gleaning is a most meticulous and demanding profession. If these Telfiori make good on their audacious threats, then many uncatalogued rarities could be lost forever. Why else would the gleaners be buzzing about in such a frenzy? Watch the harbor and you'll see what I mean. They're carting loads in from the docks all day. It's never been this hectic before. Not like this. That's interesting. Any trouble with the customers? Were you able to get anyone talking? Interesting. They seem unaware of the final days, aside from whatever vague news the gazettes are printing. Even Dickon had nothing to offer, and he's the best source of gossip in the city. If the Forum does have secret knowledge, then they've done an impressive job of ensuring no one whispers it in the wrong ear. In any case, thank you for playing the part so well. Here, that cup of coffee I promised. Yes, give me coffee. But let's enjoy our drinks somewhere else, shall we? Maybe behind the peristyle, away from the gossips and their wagging tongues. Yes, this should do nicely. Out of the wind and out of sight.
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant. Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Charlian? Graham said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length. Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt. And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say. Neither did Alpha know, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently.
Oh, pretty.
It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been. How being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family. If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently.
That's pretty sus.
They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos. A vast complex beneath the island. Charlian is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples. Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility. Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat. Wait! Didn't you hear something in the last stand about the gleaners coming and going more than usual? Well, I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And gleaners answer to the Forum. If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the Forum is planning.
It looked pretty sus. That was a very long quest. Ah. Hang on. We should tell the others what we've learned about the Gleaners. We're going ahead to Numenor. I'll join you in a moment. Master Dickon will want his cups back. Penny. Right where we left them all. Where is Alice? I thought she was with you. Oh, I got his attention now. Is that coffee I smell? Did I miss the tea break? You did. Ah, my loyal assistant returns. There's a lexicon on the first floor that I need you to... Ah. You found something, haven't you? Mm-hmm. Welcome back, Cornet. Been for a walk and cleared your head, have you? Well... not exactly. We did some impromptu investigating and turned up information on the Gleaners. It makes sense. The Gleaners take their requests directly from institutions and bureaucrats. But as you say, they ultimately answer to the Forum. A sudden and significant increase in Gleaner traffic and in cargo. It certainly gives the impression of an overarching plan being put into motion. And let us see what theory we can build from the facts. As Y'shtola observed earlier, Numenon's archives appear to contain no information concerning the final days. Coupled with what Cornet and Alice learned at the stand, we can be reasonably sure that most Sharlayans know nothing of that particular period of ancient history. Yet my father and his colleagues are not only familiar with the final days, but are also somehow certain that the destruction being perpetuated by the Telophoroi is wholly unlike these apocalyptic events. Moreover, the Forum claims to be so occupied by a duty of such pressing importance that they saw fit to unanimously deny Eorzea's request for aid. And now the Gleaners, Official agents of the state have been mobilized on an unprecedented scale. I do not think it a stretch to conclude that the Gleaners' recent activities are in service to the Forum's secretive ends. In which case, our next course of action seems obvious. We visit the Labyrinthos and assess the situation for ourselves, and if we're lucky, the Gleaners will be far more receptive to our questions. Must be practical. Oh, I would hate to spoil the surprise. As for myself, there are a few more subjects I should like to research. I may join you later, but feel free to leave behind your borrowed books and be on your way. I'll see it that each is returned to its proper place. That would be a great help. Thank you, Raha. Let's head down the stairs over there, and I'll show you where the entrance is. Watch your step in the Labyrinthos. It's rather more perilous than a simple storehouse, although that will likely make the experience all the more attractive to an adventurer like you. Go down the stairs? I mean, walk off the cliff? Ready? Labyrinthos is not too far from here, but you may find the path a bit disorienting. I'll take the lead, so stay close. Off we go then. Pleasant here amongst the trees, but really should move along. Man, I was saying you were going slow as heck. Now we run, try to keep up. Oh, okay. Good, better. Keep to the path. Cross this bridge. Up here. The Rasta. Not far now. Oh, I haven't touched that thing yet. Oh well, it's fine. Get it later. Oh. Here we are, through this door and down the stairs. You did remember to attune to the shard back there, didn't you? It will make your life much easier if you need to come back to her, otherwise we should keep moving. No, I didn't, because I was following you. Alice. Chocobo Keep. How did the Forum learn of the final days, and exactly how much do they know? What's the point? What do they intend to do about it? Hopefully the answer to at least one of those questions lies below. I've not been to the Labyrinthos in the longest time. Even as a student, my visits were few and far between. You didn't take the wrong turn into the restaurant, did you? Did you? I doubt the Forum would take kindly to you barging into a private session. We're all here now, yes? I've taken the liberty of securing permission for our group's descent. Right, everyone, onto the lift and down we go. Oh, I'm gonna have such a messed up sleep schedule again, but it's okay, it's really quiet right now, so... in games, so...
Deep beneath the scholar's city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky. In any age exist those who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves, and this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed. If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation. Knowledge, buried beneath knowledge, a growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
There's a dome like that near Montreal, or in Montreal. Although it doesn't
Not
have...
what you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing.
Although I think it's for, like, paintball or something.
But
It's pretty
I assure
big.
you that we are beneath Sharlayan itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma. It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh on no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Aren't those people gleaners?
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today. It may be as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
They're being sus.
Let's spread out and get some answers then.
Oh. That's my move, usually.
Did you call to me just now? No. How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent. I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
You sure, Cryle? That was kind of a... looked like you were having an echo moment for a minute there. You want to know what I'm doing? Hauling books and ore and fauna? If it needs hauling, I haul it. Every decade or so, they take stock in the labyrinthos. You know, sort and tidy up the inventory. Never seen an operation like this before, though. They just did one a few summers ago, even. Then, with no warning at all, this mess gets dropped into our labs. Orders from on high. Damned if I know the reason. Could it be they're changing the layout? Preparing for the next big expansion? Oh, there's Kyle. Most of those gathered here appear to be gleaners. I wander around and make small talk. Nay, I'm not shirking my duties. I've not been down here in an age and wish to get my bearings before I went bumbling about. From what I can see, however, there's not obvious out of place. It seems we shall have to resort to discreet inquiries as usual. Let me think. The Rhea seeds should be item 1058. Cumin seeds, 159. Snurmleberry, 1060. Or were they 1061? My head feels like it's stuffed with moko grass. Why more loads to take out than carry in? Why do all this at once and risk mixing it up? What if someone mistakes the Quirthan carrots for the Girabanian carrots? What then? What then indeed? Oh, there's Alicia and Alphino. Excuse me, Eric Gleaner, if you don't mind, I have some questions to ask. Fascinating. But could we go back to what you were saying earlier? You here to help or give me more headaches? Because if you don't have the look of a gleaner, I'm in no mood for idle chatter. One of my colleagues was so exhausted, he took a tumble and crashed into a pile of crates. Now I have a pack of marmots running loose. Pretty sus. Any luck, Cornet? What tales do the gleaners have to tell? So, this grand operation began without warning. And for every item they bring in, they're sending more inventory somewhere else. That would explain the haggard faces I've been seeing. We were right. The Forum is definitely up to something, and they're turning the Labyrinthos upside down in the process. We would do well to learn more of what specifically the Gleaners are being tasked to do, as well as who has tasked them to do it. If you're game, Cornet, I have an idea. Didn't one of the Gleaners you questioned say something about escaped marmots? Perhaps if you were to help him capture said creatures, he might be inclined towards a more friendly and enlightening conversation. In the meantime, I will turn my charms upon this Gleaner here. We can compare notes afterwards. Happy hunting! You wish to help me find the marmots. I have nothing suitable to pay you for your services, but if you're offering out of the goodness of your heart, I'd welcome the assistance. The name is Erinville, friend, specialist in the collection of live specimens. That said, the capture of these Nagzian marmots is a trial I've no desire to repeat. Grizzled mice, they call them. For a mercy, there are no other marmot species on this tier at present, so there should be no mistaking our little fugitives. If you happen to catch any, stuff them in this sack. Gently, of course. Where to begin, you wonder? I've not seen any scampering around here, so we'll need to widen our search into the surrounding forest. Be on your guard. There are beasts out there that won't hesitate to prey on a marmot or you. I'll search the trees of the west. The eastern part of the forest is all yours. Good luck. Wow, that's a thing. Ah. God, it's like kind of a Ludo? A little? It's a little Ludo-y. Smell bad. Alright. Let me guess. It's gonna run off. Oh. Oh, hello. He said something about having moved it. Afric. Just gonna boop 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 boop. Ow. Let's move my knife to your collection. Can I? Oh, good. Okay, you can still do that. Good. Okay. What? Where? Oh, here it is. Sneaky. Got you cornered now. Wow. Holy shit! 2, 3/8? What? Good lord. I thought the Tempest was surprising. Grief. How did you fare? I tracked down 3 of the pack, which leaves 1 unaccounted for. Ah! There's the odd marmot out. Wait here a moment while I put our friends in a holding cage. Thankfully, the marmots seem unharmed. They've held up well in isolation, but it's much too soon to release them into the habitat. It's a good thing we were able to recapture them so swiftly. You have my thanks. That's for the Forum to decide. They're the guiding authority behind Labyrinthos, after all. And this job was but one small part of this great inventory of theirs. Suitable for consumption and easy to breed, those two were the two conditions I was given for the stock I was instructed to procure. I don't know what the Forum has planned for these creatures, but at the very least, I doubt they'll be served for dinner today or tomorrow. There you are, Cornet. Is this the Gleaner you mentioned, the one who was looking for the lost marmots? Interesting company you keep, friend. Who are you folk, anyway? I am Kryl of the students of Baldessian, and others are my associates. Truth be told, the Forum's decisions of late have not sat entirely well with us. That is why we made the descent into the Labyrinthos. We hoped that by seeing those decisions put to action, we might more fully understand their reasoning. Wise and practical. Never hurts to try and gain a broader perspective, does it? Anyway, duty calls. The other animals to capture and enclosures to empty. Once again, I'm sorry I can't offer you more for your services. Did you learn anything new from your friend there? Well, they seem to be wanting to eat them. So we've confirmed that the order for this ambitious operation did indeed come directly from the Forum. However, the Gleaners have not been informed of its purpose. I'd say that fits with everything we've heard thus far. We also discovered when the operation was begun, the Forum contacted the Gleaners Guild ship and put their people to this great work some 4 days after the Telfiori made their chilling declaration. As seasoned travelers, the Gleaners keep abreast of news from every corner of the world out of necessity. Thus I am inclined to trust that their calendar of events is accurate. Altogether, it gives the distinct impression that this undertaking was sudden and unexpected development. Yet I find it hard to believe that such a comprehensive restructure of the Labyrinthos and its archives could have been planned in so brief a window. Nay, this plan was long in the making, but they were awaiting the right time to put it into effect. And the Telfiori's declaration was what set it all in motion. It seems likely, but let us not leap to conclusions just yet. For the moment, I suggest we conduct a wider investigation of the Labyrinthos. The more facilities we visit, the more pieces of the puzzle we stand to find. In that case, how about we head to the Archelion? From there we can reach the lower... Oh, Kryl. Kryl, what's wrong? I'm fine, truly. The sudden descent has left me with a bit of a headache, that's all. Nothing that will stop me from soldiering on. Let's be about it, then. At least allow me to take the lead. I'm very certain I remember the way to the Archeon. We will follow the path east, through the forest where you were chasing after that mouse? Or mammoth, was it? Anyway, 'tis the trolls you need to watch out for. Cryo, honey, you're worrying me. Were you caught in mist on your way here? The sprayers keep the air humid so that the habitat feels as close as possible to a natural forest. This is the foremost material archive on Charlian. I should love to explore its treasures shelf by shelf, but I fear we have little time for such indulgences. Don't worry about me, I'm hale and healthy. In fact, I'm beginning to suspect that... Nay, let's discuss this later. The investigation demands our undivided attention. Behold, the Archeon. As the Numion serves as Charlene's literary archive, so does this structure house the city's wealth of material data. The architecture, too, is similar. The building, you see, is merely the upper entrance. An access point to the vaults is carved into the cliffside itself. Within those vast rooms are stored countless samples and specimens, as well as the detailed records which describe them. In a manner of speaking, the Archeon contains a physical history of Charlene's unwavering dedication to the accumulation of knowledge. Wow, that was a lot of words! Well, we won't learn anything of value standing out here. Let's proceed into the main building and speak with the custodian. That's a bit more like the ones we're used to. Well, not in certain areas, anyway. Oh, look. Distraction. I have to watch out because same. Oh, it wasn't the best. Oh, well, whatever. It's fine. Greetings. We are here to peruse the Archeon's vaults. Peruse? We're clearly not gleaners, then. Might I ask your affiliation? We belong to the students of Baldessian, but is that relevant? I was given to believe that the vaults, those open to the public at least, were open to the public. Ordinarily, yes, that would be the case. At present, however, access is restricted. Only persons directly involved in the reorganization efforts are permitted to enter. Not us, then. I suppose we'd better move along to another facility. This building has a lift which connects to the middle tier, yes? Might we at least make use of that? That service has also been suspended, I'm afraid. For the time being, priority has been given over to the conveyance of inventory. What? So this is as far as we can go? I apologize for the inconvenience. Please come again after a restructuring operation is concluded. By that time it will be too late. We're so close to getting answers. We need to rethink our approach. Let us step outside for a moment, shall we? Uh-oh. Students of Baldessian. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I think they might be starting to... Oh, hi, Ender. Yeah, it is. It is indeed. This is the spoilers. Yes. You don't want a boy watching this. Oh no, I'm gonna have to get to bed soon. Although it's been nice because it's really quiet right now on the server. Oh, I see. How are you liking it? Oh, good. When I've been running around doing story, I keep seeing the teleport markers from kicking around of people. Oh, wow. You're almost there. Holy smokes. Nice. So then I guess we'll do the story on Reaper, or... Oh, nice. Awesome. Yeah, I'm just like, I'm Cordate is a white mage, so it's like not being white mage feels wrong, so so sticking to it. I'll love all the other things a little later. Actually, I'm sitting here. I am actually gonna pop AFK. I realize I have not stood up for a little bit. So. Well, enjoy finishing leveling Reaper and things there, Under. I'm gonna go pop AFK. Okay, we're back. At least for a little bit. The Forum must be wary of exposure indeed to so heavily restrict the use of public institutions. Yeah, no kidding. It's us! If they're going to close off facilities, then they ought to announce it. The students must be furious. Labyrinthos is constructed in the shape of a motor. This upper layer is called the outer circuit, and the medial circuit lies one tier below us. We are at an impasse. As we have no other leads, I should like to pursue this one further. But I doubt that our stone-faced custodian will be swayed by heartfelt pleas. I must seek another means to access the lower levels. 'Tis likely that the people in this area are involved in the restructuring in one way or another. If we were to integrate ourselves, they might allow us to accompany them on the lift. Let us ask around. Surely someone is in need of a few strong backs to lighten the load. What's that? Take you down the lift with me? Sorry, not a chance. I've been up and down all day, and only now have I finally found a spare moment to rest. I did see a gleaner fellow heading out of the gate there, though, shouldering a large pack, engaged in some manner of task. Maybe he'll be headed down below after he's done whatever it is he's doing. Am I taking the lift? Oh no, we're just students and they won't let us into the Archeon, even though we found... Actually, we have no idea what it is we found. There's no record of such a creature anywhere. But it was wandering around tranquilly. So we thought to donate it to the vaults. The oddest little squeal, don't you think? Anyway, I suppose we'll take care of it until the Archeon is open again. Quiet. You'll frighten it away. Oh. It's him. Oh, it's you again. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm in the middle of another task. The cloudkin I need to capture is close. Very close. You wish to help me with this too. Spend your time in unusual ways, my friend. Still, 2 hunters are generally better than 1. Very well. The canal here is a common gathering spot for the birds of all kinds, but the one I'm after today is the hornbill. Its feathers are green, its cry a distinctive caw. Single it out and shoot it with this sleep dart. The effects are short-lived, so I'll lie in wait down by the riverbank to claim our quarry. Be sure to hit the right one. Penny, what are you doing? Hey, buddy? The joys of cats. Okay. Oh.
Fair shot.
Oh, he gets a voice. Holy shit.
Nicely done. Let me truss this one up, and I'll make my way over to you.
Of course, they've even given Hori Boulder finally a voice, so I suppose nothing should surprise me at this point.
There you are. Any new revelations?
So you met with that gleaner again, this time to capture a hornbill. I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
They're not useful.
It's a simple thing, really. Occasionally, we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. But we can't simply turn them loose. Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a gleaner's duties. But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers handpicked by the Forum. The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth. Those who are, the researchers involved in this secretive work, are not permitted to walk freely in the city, and are instead required to live in isolated quarters.
Wow, that sounds super sus.
What could a facility subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation. But judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research. I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south. Mericidia or thereabouts.
What? Why would you say that?
Uh-huh. Or maybe they're making themselves a new arc?
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure could serve as reliable sources of sustenance. They're comparatively hardy species too, able to endure harsh climates. And among them are specimens known to be effective in improving soil quality and purifying water.
When you put it that way, migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the Forum's plans. Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations. Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
Perhaps you might reward us after a fashion then. It is imperative that we reach the lower levels. And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift. I will of course follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
Indeed. Pray forget I said anything.
How do you feel about climbing? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down. This path leads to the 33rd facet, a mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos. While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the medial circuit below.
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
You're quite welcome, but consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you do well to turn back. I bid you good day.
Well, turning back is hardly an option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine shaft.
Time to be sneaky. I never would have noticed this cave on my own. Thank the scholar that Erenville knew of it, and that you were there to persuade him to share. I took a quick peek inside, but it's awfully dark in there. The medial circuit which Erenville mentioned is the tier directly below us. Unlike the lowest levels of the Labyrinthos, with its rigid security, one can usually roam the middle layer quite freely. Let us see what we might find. This must be it, the entrance to the mines shaft. 'Tis faint, but I hear something moving within. Creatures homed there by the researchers, you think? Well, slavering beasts aside, we will need to watch our footing. We should tighten our straps before we continue. Man-made though it may be, the shaft is designed to resemble a natural cave system. Heed Erenville's warning and do step carefully. Assuming everyone's tightened their straps and checked their gear, then I say we head on in. Given the terrain ahead, though, it might be wise to leave some distance between us. We don't want to be stumbling over each other if it comes to a fight. Take it slow and don't forget to check your surroundings from time to time. We can meet up again at the other end of the tunnel. Ooh, those are some really big shrooms. Dude, come on, let me kill my own mobs, for goodness sake. Hey, big guy, you feeling better? Someone's working on a hairball. Come here. Oh, god damn it. Come here. No, come here. I want to play my game. The mineshaft was infested with mithrocaps. Some sort of research project, I wonder? I suppose they are most unusual creatures. Why did they develop such long limbs when all they do is shuffle about? narrow tunnels. Kitty. Cornet, did you know Cryo almost took a tumble back there? She can't possibly still be dizzy from the lift. Cryo? I was being careful, I swear. It's like she knew! I was being careful, I swear. The slope was steeper than I thought, and I lost my footing for a moment, that's all. I'm not injured, if you don't count my pride. Cryo. Everyone seems to have made it through without incident. Nothing of consequence, anyway. As promised, the tunnel has delivered us into the medial circuit. As I recall, this tier is where they keep a wide variety of samples for agricultural production. If Ernville's assumption holds true, that specimens are being collected in preparation for a great migration, then we should see evidence of such plans in the area's research projects. Let's follow the path to the nearest farming facility and see what we see. Fuzzy cat. Hey, Penny! Off my chair! Nope. Oh, look. Oops. Aha! Now I know where we are. This is Merrill Agronomics. Labyrinthos is a host to a wide variety of vegetation, which allows us to conduct studies on cultivation methods utilized in foreign lands. And this is the facility which coordinates and oversees those efforts. The fruits of their research go to feed the Labyrinthos colleagues, or so I hear. More notable successes might make it to the Agora. Food so exotic you'd be hard-pressed to guess their origin, let alone how they might taste. Indeed, mystery vegetables without a name. Only a list of nutritional benefits scribbled on a card. I see no gleaners hereabouts. Yet these workers seem to share the same sense of urgency. 'Tis possible they know something of the forum's plans and their underlying motivations. Worth looking into, wouldn't you say? See what you can coax from the workers. The rest of us will do the same, or cast about for useful clues. Although, should we be careful, guys? We're not really meant to be even down here, right? Hey, kitty. I'm told this cart holds the harvest meant for the larders here. Nothing out of the ordinary. An M-tribe person. Oh, excuse me. And so you've spent years researching these high-yield cultivation techniques? do I have ought to be taken down below? More than I can carry and then some. Most of our stock is sent off via the cargo lift, but some has been earmarked for aerial transport. Hence the stack of crates atop that hill over there. Gods, hauling the lot up that slope was a job and a half.
That sounds pretty sus.
What crops are we raising? Well, as you can see, this one is a variety of grape. Only needs a good source of sunlight to grow, and the conditions here are nothing short of perfect. Hardly surprising, given that it's native to a particular locale in the very place which upon Labyrinthos was modeled, a region in the south of Isabard. It boasts a remarkable habitat, diversity allowing for a myriad of flora and fauna to thrive. Chilly peaks in the north give way to swaths of temperate plains, which in turn transition into a hot, humid coastline. Such a bountiful territory is ever contested, as you might expect. It used to be called Corvos, before the Imperials renamed it to Locus Amenos. The Forum saw it not as a prize, however, but as a researcher's ideal environment, one whose climates we strove to recreate within the confines of Labyrinthos. It's since provided a rich foundation for countless experiments and cultivation. Where's this total? How's the elf? No. Oh, there's Kryle. A field full of ripe vegetables being left to rot on the vine. Not a single picker is hard at work. Clearly procuring readily available fresh food is not the Forum's priority. That's pretty sus. Shtola, where are you? Well, I guess. Nope, she's hiding. Oh, hello there. You weren't expecting visitors. Not with the use of the lift being restricted. How did you make it down here anyway? The mine shaft, you say? Well, you're much hardier soul than I. Under normal circumstances, I'd reward such tenacity with a guided tour of the fields, but I'm afraid the Forum has us filling order list a mile long. Massive yet detailed requests, literal wagon loads of crop samples, and hardly any time to put them together. When I first heard of this grand reorganization, I assumed we would be shuffling around old stock to make room for the new. Then came the orders for ridiculous quantities of seeds we've already thoroughly researched. Passing strange, eh? I pressed for an explanation and was met with vague assurances that all would be revealed in due course. Not the most satisfying answer. Mm-hmm. Oh, there's Tola. There she is. The stack of crates on the hill is going below. That sounds promising. I'll gather the others and join you there. Oh my gosh. Love that. Oop. Oh, I've been spotted by them all. I guess this is where I want to be. Just a hunch. The labels on these crates tell the story of their contents, bundles of common seeds and saplings, accompanied by sheaths of reports.
Hard to look away, isn't it? But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion. You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true. This ashen grey, for instance, it mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders. Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change colour. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy, dark subdued shades for frustration or despair. Yet even with the collected wisdom of Charlian at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle of this empathic effect. And there are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild. With too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin. To further complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration. As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence. I will leave you to your thoughts.
Have you learned aught of interest? A flower that reacts to one's feelings? Strange. I must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we failed to gain any significant insight into the Forum's undertaking.
Indeed. While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenville's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production, unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
If only we could interrogate the Forum members directly. Isn't that the entrance to the Archaean?
Oh, okay.
Look, there. I think that's Erenville.
A little difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
Erenville receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member? Or at least a close associate?
You mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
Ours alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice. If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
Nay. I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions. And no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
We can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now, we need every crumb of information we can get our hands on. Consequences be damned.
It might be best if you came along as well. In fact, we should all... Cryo?
Oh, yes. That certainly sounds like a plan.
I'm glad you agree.
Quickly! Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him.
I can almost reach you.
Cryo, what's your brain bringing? It feels wrong to spy on Erenville, helpful as he's been, but what other choice do we have? Let's get after him already. We've waited too long as it is. Forgive me, my attention has been elsewhere. We were following Erenville, weren't we? Is Cryo still feeling unwell? I've never seen her so distracted. Keep an eye on her, but keep moving too. We cannot let our quarry slip away. Erenville was headed westwards along the path. Oh. Maintenance will be emergency maintenance on the firmament and the dome and enclave. Oh, okay. Well, that's not definitely not in the firmament right now. From 2:30 to 2:40. Oh, okay. 10-minute maintenance. Ernville is headed west. Okay. It probably would have been better if only one person went, you guys, because, like, spying isn't really a more the merrier. There's a reason Thancred's always going off on his own. Man, this is probably not gonna end well. This isn't like Murder, She Wrote, where you see Jessica listen on things all the time and she never seems to get caught. I can still hear it. Okay, hear what, Kryle? We've fallen behind, too far behind. This damned mist won't help matters. It seems Y'shtola wishes to have a word with. Hold a moment. I have an idea. If memory serves, that colossal wall-like structure is Logist Econ Beta, one of the Labyrinthus' climate control centers. It should have its own lifts, with which one could access the upper and lower tiers. If I were an agent of the Forum, I would make for a convenient meeting place. But even if we happen to find Ernville in the company of said agent, I cannot expect them to reveal issues of importance as we nonchalantly stroll past. Nay, we shall have to remain undetected. If only Graha and his vanish spell were here. Oh, but there are other ways of turning invisible. Oh no! Hippity hop, my little toads. Goodness! Oh no, Y'shtola! Why? Unaccustomed to transfiguration. Worry not, it'll wear off with the passage of time. I suggest you and your green companions hop along and catch up with Ernville. Should you feel the magic fading, return to me and I will refresh the enchantment. And what am I to do in the meantime? Wait here with me. In your current state of mind, you'd be likely to leap into the jaws of a predator, as you would learn anything of note. Which reminds me, where are the creatures hereabouts? In that form, you are essentially defenseless. Oh no. Oh no. I've enjoyed being a toad for a little while, if only to change a change of pace, but Y'shtola is right. I am too preoccupied with other matters. Ribbit, ribbit! Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Off we go. Allie, not accompanying you. Keep them at your side as you proceed with the quest objectives. You can leave your quest companions behind by entering different areas. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh my god. They would have the big frogs over here. Rivet, rivet, rivet! This is the wrong way. Oh. My toad turns facing north, potentially suggesting you cross the bridge. Well, that's actually the way it was going, guys. I was planning to cross the bridge. Stay there.
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work. So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands. We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Sharlayan scholars, and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
In an age long past, Sharlayan was charged with a momentous duty. And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge.
Oh, really?
I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
Sure.
Then I will do your bidding. For now. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the Forum.
Uh-oh. I think we've been sussed.
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full.
Nah, he was onto us.
While I do have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart. Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
Wait! How did you know it was us?
If you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
Cute. Our toe performance needs work, apparently. I'll have to pay more attention the next time I see one. I suppose we should have known a gleaner who specializes in animal procurement would not be so easily deceived. Yet he seemed inclined to put his trust in us all the same. More importantly, perhaps, we've discovered a new piece of the puzzle, this momentous duty the Forum agent mentioned. Charlene has been called to action, and the Telfiori's declaration was the catalyst. Whatever charge it is they hope to fulfill, they deem it of sufficient import to disrupt all of Labyrinthos, not to mention ignore Eorzea's request for aid. If we happen to cross paths with Erenvel again, I should like to thank him properly. What duty could warrant the direct involvement of the Forum and commitment of all its resources? Judging by what we just heard, none of the Gleaners were offered any kind of explanation. At this point, it seems abundantly clear that we'll learn nothing new by pressing the further. We should head back to Y'shtola and Krile for the moment and see what they think of this. Where is Krile? Yeah, that's a good question. It's funny how normal the forest seems now. As a toad, it was all so much more ominous and threatening. Welcome back. I trust you found Erenvel then. More like he found us. Interesting. I had a feeling you would learn something important, even if that something was simply confirming that no one knows much of anything. We should share this with Krile, then discuss how we'd like to proceed. Assuming we find her back at the farm, she was still behaving oddly, so I bade her to return and rest there. Perhaps not the best decision in hindsight. Would you mind checking near those flowers you're so entranced by? The rest of us can survey the more distant areas just in case you decided to wander. Oh, this is a big search path area. Oh, the flowers were up here, weren't they? Oh, and look who's here. Trial. Oh.
For you. The spell will keep it from wilting. She said you would need it for the journey ahead. Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
Oh, Cryos.
Thank you. Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment. Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance.
Oh. So, Minfilia was sort of acting also like Heidelman's wish was to save it as well.
Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment. It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest. After Minfilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul. I wished that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well. Her, and another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on you. Take the flower. Walk free, for you are free to go where you wish, to believe what you will. That bloom will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow. Together, raise it aloft and let it shine, till the end, blinding and radiant.
Oh, Cryle.
That was all too brief. Already she seems so far away. My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out. Even with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first, so weak and tenuous it was. Once I took hold of that wispy thread, imagine my surprise to discover it was Heidelin herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go. Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked, but at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower. Yes, We are definitely making progress. You can't be serious. We've done nothing wrong.
Uh-oh. Here it comes. Oh, shit.
Master Fortuno, what business has the Forum with us?
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization. We are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian.
I knew he was
a
like...
group operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
Clandestine? We may not have entered Sharlayan as Scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities. Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
'Tis not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge, but the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact. With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion.
Oh, really?
And we will not risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
What then is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city. As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
Graha! But why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
He went to get into trouble.
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
Silence is often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse. But enough. This is not the place for debate. The rostra await.
I knew that was coming. Hey, Graha. You were getting into mischief too, huh? Oh, hat off.
Forgive me. I was careless.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together. I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
Little smile.
The forum will come to order. This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings. Master Fortuner, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance. Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work. They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldessian. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large. Loose in our city, these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
You have tarnished the good name of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
Galuf Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man. Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front. Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer? Or are you so preoccupied with your momentous duty of an age long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
Whence came this revelation?
From the mouth of a forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Then it seems your findings support my own. The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the Forum's policymaking process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions. At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society. And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something odd. From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted. No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge. The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility. I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony, The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives. Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene. But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea. You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh-so-important duty.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
That was sus.
Yes. We are bound by a duty we cannot ignore. Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle? We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission not through strife and bloodshed, but survival. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Such misguided zeal.
Father, Master Fortuno. I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania. Still, in the midst of my uncertainty, I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me. So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
Skolok Monteshane. He's the head of the Studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand, By their own admission, these Scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches. But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same. Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections. Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given? No. If we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
Order! We will have order!
Master Monteshane raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures. Until further notice, the students of Baldessian are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Charlian. You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates. Let us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand. I count 51 for and 48 against. The proposal is passed. Students, Scions, you have heard the Forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences. Honored members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
Yikes. Thank the gods for Skoliarch. I absolutely loathe arguing in circles. My father may be right, that I am still groping in the dark for answers, but I needed him to know that I would never stop searching. I owed that much to Arnvald and myself. You may encounter some raised eyebrows, but do continue the claim the students are your sponsor, whenever the need arises. I believe the guiding principles of the Scions, and I know my grandfather would have as well. I apologize for the trouble I've caused you. I was pondering the significance of what I had just read. As I left the restricted section, and knocked over the security mehmet on my way out. I promise to be more vigilant next time. Oh. Oh. Gosh. Well, at least we've been allowed to remain in the city. And our endless investigations have not been in vain. We now know that this mysterious duty of theirs began with whatever the Forum discovered in the ethereal sea. With our freedom so sorely curtailed, however, we will struggle to learn aught more of substance here in Charlian. Same thing? Yeah. We shall have to think very carefully about how we proceed from here. The overall picture has grown clearer, yes, but that's not in spite of the Forum being so maddeningly vague about this duty of theirs. Why are they so reluctant to explain their actions in plain words? Survival, come what may. His father's work so vital that it takes precedence over his own family. Alphino? Alice, it is you. Oh! When I heard you'd been dragged before the Forum, I came as swiftly as I could. I'm so very glad they allowed you to stay. Mother. Eminence, Levier, at your service. And you fine people must be the signs of the 7th dawn. How lovely it is to finally meet you. They're like a gape. Mother, please, we don't wish to make things difficult for you. If word reaches father that you are here... Oh, bother that. Am I to be chastised for speaking with my own children? I am well aware that you and Master Fortunato are not on the best of terms at the moment, but I've been absolutely desperate to see my darlings again. You will come by the house, won't you? I have gifts waiting. The timing couldn't be better. As matters stand, we shan't be going anywhere until we discuss matters with Thancred's group and reconsider our options. Go visit your home. We'll be back at the annex when you are ready to rejoin us. I'm not sure we... Cornet, what do you think? Cornet, the Cornet Espoir. What a splendid day this has turned out to be. Champion of Eorzea, I insist that you join us. None. But we must be quick about it. Not for my own benefit, but should my husband return and find you enjoying our hospitality, the servants will be made to suffer the consequences. Cornet, if you would be so kind as to escort my children to the estate. And then she was gone, and with her any opportunity to protest. Indeed, the matter is settled. Enjoy yourselves, you three. I'm sure Alphino thinks nothing of it. He invited classmates over all the time. But I wasn't the most... It was a different time for me, all right? I apologize. My mother is not one to take no for an answer. Still, I'm glad, relieved even, to see her in such high spirits. What say you, Cornet? Though it seems we shall have little enough time to enjoy it, will you accompany us on our visit home? Fine, if we're going, then let's get it over with. But be sure to stay in the entrance hall. No peeking into our private chambers, thank you very much. Oh, why ever not? Your room is always perfectly neat and tidy. Everyone has things they'd rather keep to themselves, don't they? Cherished mementos you can bring yourself to throw away, childhood toys. Yeah, never mind. Your estate is that way, straight down the stairs. Come on. Levier Estate is in the northern part of the journey's end, just down the stairs. Narastra. Oh, please don't make a fuss when we get there. It's only a house. Oops. After all we've been through together, 'tis strange to be here with you now, to come full circle and see how much has changed. As children, Alphino and I would often wait here for our father to come home from work. It must have been a day when his meetings ran long, because I remember growing restless and leaning out over the railing to watch the water rush by. Father, of course, arrived at that exact moment, came pounding down the path in a panic, crying out my name. Did you lean too far? When Alice and I were little, this bridge was far as we were permitted to wander alone. I say alone, but my mother or a servant was always somewhere nearby, keeping a watchful eye. And look at us now, look at us, traveling to different continents, different worlds even. Yeah, No kidding. Still the same thing here. Ah, it's just a house. Hmm. And here you are at last. Please do come in. I should go to sleep soon, but...
Welcome home,
my lady.
What? What are you gawping at?
Sorry, Alice. I'll go with that one. That's legit. I'm a crafter.
I suppose I never gave the decor much thought. I'm glad that you approve, I think.
Lord Fortuneau is not to hear of this visit. And I should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
As you wish, my lady.
Master Alphino, Mistress Alice, if you would accompany me upstairs.
We shan't be long.
The twins have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their latest adventures. I am sure they withhold certain details, of course, if only to keep me from worrying. Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scion's coin and other such donations.
Oh.
Fortunately, they have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again. Their words grow more confident with every letter, their depictions more vivid. The triumphs and defeats, the joys and sorrows. It is clear that they have come to find value in every experience. But of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful. Why, since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name. It is plain they care for you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them. Under normal circumstances, I would offer you tea, but alas, these are anything but. In any event, why don't you keep me company whilst we await my children's return? Perhaps you might regale me with a tale or two of your exploits.
When you mentioned gifts, I wasn't sure what to expect. Mother,
Oh, Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
It's perfect. Exactly what I would have chosen. But please, tell me you had something different made for Alphino.
Naturally. You are hardly little children anymore. And while I shall miss dressing you in those precious matching outfits, I must respect the individuals you have grown to become. See for yourself.
Thank you for the splendid clothes, Mother. Stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
I am so glad you like them. They are, however, missing one final touch.
If you would allow me, Master Alphino.
Wait. Are these...
A sage's tools of the trade. They belonged to your father. Though he may as well be chained to his desk these days. As a student, he was often called upon to venture into the field. He wielded those armaments, both to heal and to harm in no few battles. None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless. Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now. And also because it would be a terrible waste of ridiculously expensive House Leveilleur commissioned artistry. I am told these devices are quite difficult to master, but someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb. May the wisdom in that crystal serve you well. And please, try to find common ground with your father, that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
We will, Mother. I promise.
My final gifts to you, before you run off, are an observation and a suggestion. Firstly, Fortuno has ever been a serious man, but it was only after you were born that he truly lost himself in his work. I may not know the Forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance. Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words. Far better that you simply show him. Let him discover the merit of your actions, after they cannot be undone.
Oh, Mother.
We shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts, and farewell for now.
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close.
Oh, good mom. She's like, ugh, look, don't mind your father. Like, look. That was really sweet. And that was that. Only the gods know when we'll be back again. Oh. Thank you for indulging Mother's request. I can see it meant a lot to her, and to refrain from inquiring as to the content of your private conversation. Our visit was all too brief, and for now, however, it will have to suffice, as will these tokens of home we carry with us. These gifts to help us remember who we are and whence we came. But enough sentimentality. Let us return to the annex and rejoin our companions. Maybe I should do it real quick. There we go. Good. Okay. Don't think for a moment I'm jealous of Alphino's new weapons. They're far more suited to him than me. We left for Eorzea in matching outfits, but our styles, both fashion and fighting, have long since diverged. If anything, I'm proud of the differences between us. If I intend to master these sages' armaments, that will mean learning to imbue them with the same aether that I poured into moonstone and obsidian. 'Tis difficult to grasp the essence of such enmity. For me, it will help to think of the Nuliths as allies in battle. It's simply a new form of energy which went to manifesting my carbuncle companions. For us to feel responsible for the schism of House Levieur would be pure hubris. After all, we are merely on the outskirts of what is, essentially, a family affair. And yet, neither we can claim the indifference of strangers. To hear their mother welcome them so warmly was a joy and a relief. Hey, girl. As curious as I am to learn the truth of this duty, I wonder what else the Forum is hiding. A calamitous secret whose origin lies in the ethereal sea. Duplicity aside, however, I do not believe Master Fauchelevent means us ill. Even the harsh words he had for his children stemmed not from anger, I think, but desperation. Enjoyed your time with the Levieurs, I hope. I would ask how the twins fared, but their new outfits tell the tale. I only hope we can help them reconcile with their father, and that they might return home one day with their heads held high. In the meantime, we edge ever closer to the secret of the Forum strives to hide, and the flower bequeathed to you by Hydaelyn is sure to guide us going forward. I'm confident that once you've scouted out the situation in Fathenir, we'll be well equipped to plot our next move. In other words, I have to go. Time to hang out with these guys. Gotta leave my bookish types. Oh, okay, wait, no, Riange's here, but... Okay. I think this is a good place now to finally... put down the controller, me. Pat me. I will not discuss what time it is in my time zone right now. Yeah, I'm gonna go to bed. I'm gonna go get some sleep, and hopefully whenever I get up, I'll be able to get back in. We'll see, I guess. We'll see, especially since it's the Saturdays, so... Yeah. Anyway, okay. Have a good... whatever. Sleep. Awake. Stuff. Bye, guys.